Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a good day today as we are getting it started here. As on the night, it's July 4th, 2023, and we will be wrapping up Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney as part of the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Trilogy this evening. For those who know, I am using my notes from our initial playthrough, playing the Steam version back in 2019. Of course, we're doing the Xbox version tonight. Just getting all that good stuff taken care of here. Got some groceries this evening, today. Also had another issue with Comcast. They're sending someone out. Oh, they said they need to put a cap on the unused lines. And we got it's raining, which is thankfully it's a good thing today because it was rather warm and muggy. We got the thunderstorms and stuff though, so it was kind of like that heat buster. So it was kind of like unbearable stuff. I did went to bed fairly early last night, and then I woke up. I went to bed like around maybe 1:45 ish. I know that doesn't seem early, but it's early considering what time I normally will go to bed on nights where we have work, and then the 9:30 streams, and then getting to bed about the 3:30 4 o'clock. So I ended up waking up at like 3:45, and it's like, okay, I was up for the most part. It's like I've laid down, and my internet went down, and it's like I don't understand Comcast's like whole obsession with pushing people through using the app, which the Comcast's Xfinity's mobile app does not work. It doesn't. I've yet to really get like the functionality of it. In terms of being able to view my account balance, view my bill, and everything, it doesn't it doesn't function at all, and it takes so long to try and even reach a person. It drives me up the wall. But they're sending someone out on Sunday afternoon to check the lines, and they were going to give me a $50 credit. I said, no, I don't want the credit. I just want things to work consistently. And thankfully, I have my history and a track record that's like, oh yeah, all this stuff was done. Oh, we replaced lines. Well, the lines were replaced multiple times over the course of the last couple of years. The modems were replaced multiple times. So it's nothing to do here with the infrastructure or of that sort. Anyway, of course, we have it Phoenix Wright installed on the Xbox side of things. So we'll be playing on the Xbox One side of things. I did get some writing done today, so one short story is finished. We also saw that there's going to be like almost everything's going to be unlocked in Friday the 13th on Thursday. So we might actually try and do something with it. I might actually do a stream just to like Friday the 13th is like what's good about it, what's bad about it within it, since it's in its last year. It's going to be delisted. Get that footage and everything. All right, where are my notes? Memory serves me right. We left off on we're episode 5. episode 5, and it was like chapter, like investigation day 3. Right. Wright and Claude law offices on the February 24th. I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I just need to put ourselves in a position to get screenshots. Good. I'm so sorry for what my sister said. Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. I didn't know. I never knew that the SR9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killings. Not like everyone heard about these killings but me. Lana wanted Dark convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings? On the night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means you? Yes. I was a witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of year, too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. Well, we got thunderstorms today. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seemed like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights went out. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed outside the window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. A permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall, so you weren't able to testify about that. No, I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up the crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted to get that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, and I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have known he was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth, I mean. It's all my fault. If I could just testify properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up to what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant the crime occurred? Dark knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently, I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you've been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words just wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. Once it was over, I made up my mind. I decided that when I grow up, I'd become a scientific investigator. I want to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I'm finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor. Oh, there's no mystery there. Your Dark had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course. This happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices in the questioning room are right across from the elevator. Across from the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly. Didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. Bum bum bum. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. February 24th, the detention center. Lana! Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence? I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul, why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risks. Lana, Emma told me about you. About how you were a detective 2 years ago, and how the SL9 incident was the reason for your transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about that unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelations were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believed that no matter what happened, you'd always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Tell me it's not true. What that witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with a knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana look so fazed before. It's true, I was a member of the police force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of police back then, but he still worked in the crime scenes. Them again, he was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They saw crimes before the reports could even be filed. Emma really idolizes her big sister. But now you're a chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command? That means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant and I share the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office. We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. It was the first time Marshall worked with his brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for the evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. See, the first person who happened upon the scene of the crime was me. Now you tell us. Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stages, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So it waited until Gant and Marshall let the guards down and fled the room. From there, he ran straight to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run to the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was finding some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. When I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim, Emma, who had passed out, and the suspect, Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seemed Mr. Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and laid unconscious. What did you do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SO9 incident. That's right, quite a coincidence. I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident. Just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extreme measures because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall. Yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he changed completely. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of the case. Everyone has to live the rest of their lives with their memories. The case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon and Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief's office, the site of the final SO9 murder. I don't see Detective Gumshoe anywhere. Things seem kind of quiet around here today. You're right. The chief of detectives seems the same, though. Why don't we look for some other people to talk to? Right. We can come back here later. That man must be the chief of detectives. He's staring at the screen so hard it might shatter. What? Dark case may have been fabricated? That's what I thought all along. This never bothers to tell anyone. Now there's a guy who cares about his work. So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. The design's a little changed from the one outside. Ah, well, the dancing Blue Badger trademark is still under development, you see. You have a trademark? Absolutely. It's cutting-edge stuff. Very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she burst into tears. Don't show her the moving mock-up outside, then you'll give her nightmares. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things turned out this way when I woke up this morning. Que sera. You never know where life will lead you, Bambina. Should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must be his pet cactus. Say, where are you headed? Just over to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogation. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why'd you do it? Why do prospectors head west? If there's ever was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was that one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean the switchblade knife with the broken tip? That was Joe Dark's, alright. But, in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does that mean? It means there is a good chance that knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, the possibility had been erased. The facts have been concealed with forged evidence? That case left behind scars on all of us. The scars that the SO9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made a detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor? You mean the king of prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that for? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SO9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the day the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning. By nightfall, there was thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. Tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. Detective Goodman was murdered, and the evidence locker was empty. There's something going on behind the scenes in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation, save one, was taken care of. The star was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in a tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Skye? The investigation lead Damon Gant and second in command Lana Skye. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. The case was the biggest step in both their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant, the new chief of police, arranged for that to happen. She's never been the same since she left. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Skye was totally different when she was a detective. Now, Dad, he mentioned it. Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out. Donna's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. That boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict. But someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you become a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Today is deserted. It must mean everyone's busy solving crimes. Oh, if you're looking for the others, they're all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. The chief prosecutor saying that what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we'd like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator up to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police officers or anything. Hey, you're right. You can't go in there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. You finally almost 100% this game on Steam. I have one episode left. Say, you never played in the third one, TNT? Nice. I admit I actually started up a second playthrough of the first one just to get an achievement that I missed. Hopefully you're having yourself a good holiday, Orochi. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's head to Chief Gant's office. Point of attention. I need... Yes, thank you. Yeah, speaking of 100%, I actually 100% it Terminator Resistance on last night's stream and Star Trek Resurgence during the day yesterday, taking advantage of the holiday weekend. February 24th, the Chief's office. I won't admit, going back through this episode here to get all like the lunch boxes is going to be a pain in the ass. Whoa, where am I? It's the chief offices, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out that pipe organ. This is the one with Gant. You love Gant, yes. But there's also the one with Angel Star in the lunch boxes. An average Italian. Welcome, it's your first time here. You're right at the epilogue of this case. Yeah, it's just a long case too. Like we started it on Saturday. It's like, and he said, you know what? We'll finish it today. That's an unusual sound. It's a very long case. Hey, I used to take organ lessons in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius until they tried teaching me notes. Never could remember where C was. Huh. Oh, it's you two. Yeah. Well, one also has to remember, A Phoenix Rises was not in the original release of the game. It was added in in the DS version, and kept in subsequent releases. And Dual Destinies, that's it. Not in the trilogy, so I haven't played that one yet. I don't remember. But it was rendered canon, yeah. Of course it was canon. Think of it if Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, the game itself, was an anime, this would be like the OVA movie that gets put out there after the series ended, and then a second series was commissioned for whatever the hell, Justice for All. Yeah, okay. So I won't be getting to Dual Destinies until like the Apollo Justice collection sometime next year. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. So, Righto, have you been swimming lately? Oh, no, I haven't. I've been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate that. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's provocative statement. Provocative statement? Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. My, how time flies. See that big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neo, and me. The collection gets announced conveniently as you finish Spirit of Justice. Isn't that how it always goes? So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something's not right with this picture. I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Yeah, the sword and shield is missing from it. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office, it was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? Hey, Foxy, how are you? And happy birthday to your, little Foxy. You give Foxy the shout out. They were playing The Wolf Among Us yesterday. Many adventures, some of which were caused by actual glitches in the game. And it already happened once. They released the first trilogy on mobile when you already finished it. Ah, you had a good day today. Sweet. I'm trying to think of the last time. Average Italian. I had something similar happen to me. November 7th, 2020, also known as N7 Day. I started up a playthrough of the original Mass Effect on the Xbox 360 version of it. That same day, they announced the Mass Effect Legendary Edition for 2021. So it was like kind of like a unique way there. So I did not. So I basically put off, while I finished that playthrough of Mass Effect, I did not complete the Xbox 360 version of the Mass Effect trilogy until, I think 2022, 2022. Because I did the Mass Effect, the Legendary Edition in 2021. So it's kind of like the wonderful things there. Yeah, after you beat the original, should I play Chronicles or Edgeworth games? Just wondering. I would say whatever's next in the line canonically or released order. I mean, I do have like what was it? The prequel one that comes out was like in the Victorian area? Great Ace Detective or something like that. I think I have that on the Switch. That case has long since been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we still like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said there's no need to investigate it anymore. Now hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, thank you. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that case isn't over with yet, after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us looking around in there. You mean like a clue? There's gotta be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Yeah. So if that one is the new, so that was like the newest one. So that means Edgeworth's game should have been released before that, right? So I would say probably play Edgeworth's first. And it's so, you know, saying Edgeworth is such a tongue twister, because there are times that it says, I know what happened during my original playthrough of back in 2019. I ended up calling Edgeworth Edgelord at least twice. Yes, Prosecutor Edgelord. Wait, no, wrong one. Edgeworth is not an Edgelord. Yeah, because Edgeworth goes off on his like soul searching, if memory serves me right. Hey, pal, Detective Gumshoe. Aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm just taking a breather. My feet hurt. I'm sitting so long? Actually, I'm serving everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No. Why do you ask? Yep, Edgy Boy just goes bonkers and starts doing stuff on his own. Alright, well, I was saying, if you never played it, there you go. Again, if it was me, and if these these games were basically all released, like beyond just like the being limited to locked in on Nintendo's consoles for extended period of times, I would say do the Edgeworth one first, just to get that like story there, since Chronicles takes place so far in the past. Like, so you get like what Edgeworth has been up to. What's he been doing? And there you go. Again, that would be me. It's like I would probably play things in release order. Then again, I am someone who played Dragon Age Origins and didn't play Dragon Age Inquisition and did not play Dragon Age 2. So, because mainly because I heard Dragon Age 2 sucked, and that nothing major of consequence happened during it. He's under fire from both the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. But why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew the evidence was forged. Nana Sky is the guilty party here, isn't she? But it was amazing, though. Well, it wasn't. Like I said, I never played Dragon Age. I just heard that Dragon Age 2 had a lot of problems that were, because I didn't really care for Dragon Age Origins when I played it in terms of gameplay, and I just heard that Dragon Age 2 was like it was made worse. Like, if you didn't like really, I was told, since I didn't really care for the gameplay mechanics of Dragon Age Origins, I should just skip 2 and play Inquisition. So I was like, that's what I did. Regardless, the prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present to court. And in regards to average Italian statement here, we here on the Fredcast and Twitch channel, as well as also the Fredcast and Gaming on YouTube, fully condone the purchasing of authentic copies of every single video game, either physically or digitally. So like, let me throw that disclaimer out there. It's like, hey, the only time I'm pirating around here we talk about is like we're talking about like Tales of Monkey Island and a Sea of Thieves, maybe a space pirate or two. It's like that's not only that. Now, as you know, there's been a lot of rumors going on around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only has that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick, keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Let's go out for lunch again sometime. My treat. Yes, sir. You gotta take me back to that joint sometime, okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier while the coffee was brewing. He seemed genuinely concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind was during his final attack. His final attack? You mean when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Dick Gumshoe, best character ever. I love him. Wait, when should I watch the anime for this? Wish they included. Oh, he's not in this. What? The Gumshoe is not in the second trilogy? Oh, what? Wonder why they would leave them out. I probably did introduce additional characters. When should you watch the anime? Let's see. Whenever you have free time. That's like the right answer. That's the right answer, right? When should you watch the anime for Phoenix Wright? Let's see. Do you got free time? Me. It seems Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let's see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forgot. Look, it's all written somewhere in here, okay? His powers of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Said well after the first, and it really is different. So maybe they implied they got promoted or just went somewhere else. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. I mean, Dick Gumshoe getting promoted, he's like the new chief of police. They need someone incompetent at the top after Gant is kicked out. Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take the serial killing? One day on his way home from work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. Then he killed a lady he saw the scene of the second crime. A kid walked by just then, so he killed him too. Then when he was burying the bodies, a jogger came upon the scene and was killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. Seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. Yes, but in the middle of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, Prosecutor Marshall. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. I just have to wonder, the anime series and... That would explain why I do the. Oh, so you mean there's actually going to be anime cutscenes in that collection? Oh, sweet, that's going to make it even better. Actually, what would make it better is if they actually put voiceover work onto that games that would make this easier to play. In terms of so that those of us who actually read out the dialogue don't have to go through every single shred of dialogue. Come on, it's like I get it. These games were some of these games were originally released on the Game Boy Advance, but come on, give us that modern day stuff there. Joe Dark was 22. Oh crap! I accidentally. Yeah. I was just reading, I wasn't paying attention. About this. Hey, is that... It has a tag attached to it with the label SR9 incident on it. I believe this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, that knife's been locked away in a locker. On the day Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker. And most of the cutscenes are dubbed, but not the game itself. Damn it! Damn you, Capcom! And you... See, every time Capcom does something good, they do something to counterback it to make you go, that makes me go, you fucking idiots. Capcom, Street Fighter 6, one of the best fighting games of all time with a great character creation suite. But the World Tour mode has no voiceovers to it at all. It's like, really, are you kidding me? It's like, they clearly employ a staff. I mean, what would this... Like, the only voiceover work in the World Tour mode is like on the cutscenes. But there's no excuse for all like the interactions with major characters, like all the world fighters and characters that were actually related to the main plot. Should have had voice work done on it. Sengoku Barasa, I do not know. Sengoku Barasa, game, series of video games developed and published by Capcom and a bigger media franchise based on it, including anime, a live action show. Looks like it was called Devil Kings. Alright, internationally it's known as Devil Kings, but in Japan it's called Sengoku Barasa. Looks like it's a hack and slash game. Looks like there was a fighting game based on it. There was an HD collection release. Alright, so they've done some stuff with it. This is like mobile and things. I had to look that up. It was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. That's it. Now I remember what that incriminating piece of evidence was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. What was it, Detective? Quick, before you forget again. This knife, it was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it at, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Yeah, well, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That's what did him in. Where was it? The victim, Neil Marshall, was carrying it, inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. He was stabbed in the back, but yet he was laying down. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you one more thing? What is it? If it's money you should ask Chief Gant. It's not money, but it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief's out now and his office is locked, but we'd like to have a look around if that's okay. Oh, any detective's ID card can unlock the door. What, really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put, I'd be canned. Oh. Sorry, pal. I don't plan on getting fired because of you. Nah, I can barely remember like the trilogy overall from 2019 when I played them all. Also, like back to back to back, which was a mistake to do. Playing all three games consecutively, that was a huge mistake. I got burned out on it and visual novel games in general for a while. Last case in Trials and Tribulations is where you stopped last night. Oh yeah, that won't work either. The data was deleted the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. But what if there's something we could show him that would make him change his mind? Yep. And I won't be able to play Dual Destinies or was it Spirit of Justice until sometime in 2024. We received that. Okay, yeah. Police department. The underground parking lot. No one's here today, not even Miss Starr. Everyone's probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are. But we proved in court today that on the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:15. Yeah, I thought we were finally making some headway in our case. But instead, it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. When is it? It says sometime in 2024. So it's like early 2024, so that could be anywhere between like January and June. Really depends on what Capcom has rolling out next year. Let's see, they just released RE4 remake and Street Fighter 6. I'm gonna guess that it's probably looking like a spring, like February March release. Because I don't think they. But Capcom also has like Dragon's Dogma too, right? That's also under their umbrella, I think. So you kind of have to look at it as like what big games they have coming out. It depends on the nature of the crime. If they're and it's like you also gotta realize this is like okay, the source material okay is based on the Japanese trial system. So chances are execution probably lifetime sentences for the most part, unless unless there was other crimes involved. In the U.S., there would probably be like life imprisonment with possibility of parole after X amount of time. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Tough day in court, huh? Huh. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? D. Vasquez? Von Karma, murder combined with all that time of all of his convictions and false evidence. So. Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. No, I have played the games before. I have played these before. So I'm just trying to remember. I just don't remember all the characters outright. That's Edgeworth for you. Anyway, always trying to hide his real feelings. So what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right there. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out the window over there? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what that girl is doing crawling around my feet. Oh, boy. Also, yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember her name. Probably when I get around to it, I like it'll come crashing, falling back to me. Ow, what words? He didn't even look. What letter of? If you're having trouble reading, I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth, you don't mean? I'm tired, right? I feel as if something inside me has died. Yeah, that's just it. Well, again, yeah, that's it. It's like in Japan, they take crimes and stuff, and the conviction rate is so high, which always made it funny. There is an episode of a YouTube channel called Legal Eagle, and the guy who runs that channel is an actual lawyer, and he tries to apply what standard law and procedures as it relates to the American justice system to the first episode of the Phoenix Wright anime, and you realize, like, yeah, it doesn't work because the source material is based on the legal system of another country. Shoot. You could just do a Christmas Carol version of that. Edgeworth as Ebenezer Scrooge. Like, Edgeworth, change your ways. Edgeworth being haunted by the ghost of Von Karma or something. And the path I've walked hasn't been a just one. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. And no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation, I wonder if I can use it for anything. He's serious. There's no excuse for what I've done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's when it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do can erase that fact. But you didn't know, did you? I mean, that's the evidence that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility as the prosecutor in charge. That fact remains the same no matter what excuse I might have. Also, the American localization made some really weird compromises to keep the game actually, somewhat grounded in reality, and so the American localization officially takes place in an alternate San Francisco where there's much more present Japanese minority. Yeah. So it's America, but with Japanese culture and law. Yes. As opposed to America with one has to realize that how much of our stuff is based on archaic things from like the medieval times. I take pride in my work. Hey, look. Hey, Japanifornia and the Phoenix Wright universe seems like it'd be a nice place to be. Everybody has like access to stylish clothes. You get decent trials are quick. The police are still corrupt. But you know what? You get it. It's like it is the world of the Steel Samurai. No, you get murdered. Shoot, that happens now. That happens in normal America. Tell me why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can't keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Are you up for the trial tomorrow? Huh. First last year's trial, and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow's the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's what my superiors are banking on. Let me also point something else here. There is something I want to say here. I hate this freaking sprite work of Edgeworth with his head turned. Because it throws his head completely out of proportion to his body. Like when... I really hate that turn. It's like... See, and here you go. It's fully turned and his head is back in proportion. No, it's more like it's like the artwork itself. Like it can be like completely all can be kind of like really, really weird. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. It's only half as long as most lists. That is odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation team, but I knew what I had to do. Due to the evidence that was given to prove the suspect guilty. For the most part, it's good. Like, you know, the artwork for like D. Vasquez, Maya Fey. Who am I forgetting? That particular artwork is always on point. Ba-da-ba. That was really the one thing on my mind at the time. Emma just being like a redress of Maya for the most part. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, something seems strange about it. Like the day. Can you tell us again about what happened that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered. You were participating in the ceremony over at the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Like, if Edward standing over me with a gun like he was on that boat, it's like, dude, why'd you shoot me, dude? Why'd you do it? Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends, clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That is until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? Yeah, we'll allow it. This. Oh yeah, Chief Gann asked you to hold on to that, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence in a case that was closed half a year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That's the story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor's office because the chief asked you to? That's right. It's like... Actually, the right answer would go, is like, you wake up on a boat, Edgeworth is standing over you with a gun, you just go up and say, hey, look, my name's not Phoenix Wright. Edgeworth would come to a sentence that realizes that you don't have porcupine-like hair, and you're not as thin as a beanpole. It's like, oh, my mistake, move on. And then he throws you off the boat, then realize you can't swim, and it's like... Oh boy. How long is this freaking... how much evidence gets added in? You know, one would think all the useless evidence would be filtered out, but no! This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. Prosecutor Near Marshall, he had just started making a name for himself. Looks like this was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophy. Speaking of that, there's something that bothers me. Yes? This trophy Mr. Marshall is holding, it's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? That was when the official prosecutor trophies looked like until 2 years ago. There's a story behind its design. A story? Sounds interesting. Would you mind telling it to us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That's what the award's based on. The word originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first meaning halberd and the second meaning shield. Have you heard the story? Me? Oh, sure. Everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it, though? For Emma's sake. Very well. Long ago in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd he claimed could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Huh. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive. But then again, you've heard the story before, right? Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredit them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless. And thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and broken knife symbolize... Precisely so. They symbolize the merchant's items. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at a loss for words. But it's in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it results in something as ugly as this. Wow! Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, then why were you only given a shield? You have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, we had the halberd part of the award abolished. Chief Gant. Yes, because Chief Gant used it and embedded it in the back of Marshall's... Alright, to the underground parking lot. Yeah, and I'm referring to my notes, so I was like, try and make this as quick as possible, but at the same time drawing it out for as long as possible. Excuse me. Would either of you care for a quarter-pound of roast beef? Miss Starr, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple to discover milk. Still... yeah, that's something that was just said. I never... Still, I never thought you'd go digging up that case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SO9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from that case was due for transferal. This can't all be attributed to mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. No matter how much of the patch you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. The Star's hatred towards Lana. It all dates back to 2 years ago. Joe Dark. That's a name I'll not soon forget. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. And those days were steamier than a bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, must have been going through hell. I mean, because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took hold of Jake. He became obsessed. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her, Lana Skye, my sister? The best of the best were put on the SO9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. That legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked about how it turned out. I mean, with the forging of the evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. Items our team never found out would suddenly appear while other items were kept secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us save Goodman were relieved of our duties, most without even so much as an explanation. Then Lana Skye transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing's quite as simple as it appears. Huh? Lana Skye was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. That's a good screenshot. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Skye. Gant led the investigation with Lana second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in the cases he handled. Incredible evidence, you mean? Oh yes, there were rumors about him even back then. No one dared confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would have ever had recovered from his shock. And that's what makes it all the more infuriating. Miss Starr, that's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Donna transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief? That's right. Having solved the SO9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand in his way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean Lana? That's why Lana was transferred? If he can control the chief prosecutor, he can control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since that case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Miss Starr. You listened to me, rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Oh boy. Oh, you're back. You still here? I gotta make 150 copies of those files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he meant desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. Gotta admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the chief's office, period. It'll be my neck on the line. That office is the last crime scene in the SO9 incident. I have to take a look in there. There's gotta be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Hey look, it's the one time we got a piece of evidence that will actually be discarded. What's this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Mr. Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they push him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. I also kind of wish it was like an auto scroll, auto advance. I understand why it isn't, but it would be. But we betrayed him. Detective. This is why Gumshoe's not in future games. He gets busted for this. That's it. I've made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. You can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook without another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this, for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Back to the chief's office. Here goes, Mr. Wright. We're in. If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe's a goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Yeah. Ah. Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you could slap a ghost. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. What are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Hey, don't do that to my card. It's like... I hardly ever get a chance to come in here, so I figured I'd have a look around myself. Besides, we're all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on, let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this. This is a safe, isn't it? Safe? That word is ripe with intrigue. Okay, if you say so. Looks like a code needed to enter in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number. I think I just might know what it is. You know what it is? I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birthday? It's... I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Code confirmed. Bingo was his name. Oh, what number did you enter? Whose birthday was that, pal? 7777777. The final ID card number on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered the room that day. You mean 7777777? That ID number? I think you're 1 7 shy this time. That can only mean one thing. That's Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shard from a broken cup? That somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in here too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like this once. You think Chief made up the design? I don't think so. Oh, well, it was just a thought. Is that it? This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth with a handprint on it, and a broken shard from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but unless you can prove they have something to do with this case, I'm afraid I can't just let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now I have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these two items related to the SO9 incident? Come on, there's got to be something we can show the detective. Where is that damn jar? Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when the three of us put that back together. Ah, those were the days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't this jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards had an SO9 incident sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one that was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it is ringing a lot of bells. Let's see if it fits. Here, let me see that shard. I'll just take a crack at this. Go ahead, pal. Show us what a rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, it'll prove Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here goes. Voila! There! It fits like a charm. That, of course, means Chief Gant willingly and knowingly hid a piece of this jar in his safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SO9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? This piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line. That's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Wow, look at the size of the Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence. A list of evidence? In most cases, the list runs twice as long as this, though. Hey, look at this case name. Huh? SO9 incident? I wonder what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said, I wonder what... No, about the evidence list. Normally they're twice as long? That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence. This list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of this list be doing here? I knew the chief must be hiding something about that case. Would appear so. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana must have cleaned them out when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. The small picture frame on the left side. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park. Look at that giant window. Make sure when to crash through it and jump outside. This is the 15th floor. I know, I was just saying. Saying what? Ever since making Detective, I've always dreamed about doing something like that. Note to self, Detective Gumshoe has a lot of dreams. As long as he doesn't go crashing through that window when he gets fired. Don't say that. Whoa, this area must have been covered in blood. Is this from that incident? It must be, when Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. 2 years have passed, so the reaction's kind of dull. So murder really did take place here. Let's see. That's what the chief was reading before, isn't it? You know, when we first came in here, yeah, it looks like the right side of the form's been torn off. So Mr. Edgeworth's list really was only half of the whole thing. Something else is bugging me more than that. Take a look at the back of this form, pal. The back? I wonder what this picture is. It looks like someone drew some kind of sketch here. What is it? Did you find anything? I can't make it out. I better keep quiet about it for now. Huh? Oh, no, it's nothing. Why are your eyes moving about like that, Mr. Wright? Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this. Hey, I know what that is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town, jeez. What are you doing? Why are you sticking out your hand like that? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We're talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh, I knew that. The one with the handprint on it. Sheesh, where's your sense of humor? Okay, Mr. Wright, let's check out the prints. Sprinkle the powder on the cloth. Then, once they've been absorbed into the prints, blow the rest away. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. All right, let's get this over with. You know, it's a good thing we're not playing the DS version. But then you have to, like, blow it. Like, I'm not a fish. Comparing. Match found. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints doing here? Hey, you found a match? Which fingerprints were they? Huh? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be Dark's prints. Hey, you, over here. What's going on here? What are the kids' prints doing on the chief's safe? Don't ask me. Let's just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold on to this. That desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, that's where I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No, sir. This is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it there. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the time. I see. So ever since Lana left, no one ever touches that desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came in here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SO9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think... Nah, you wouldn't be... No. No, there's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay, now then, let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What is it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, pal. Don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy's starting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignoring me again. Well, was I of any help? Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you and the coach? Eek! Chief Gant. We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, and you in the coat. Me, sir? Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore. But, sir... Now get out. Yes, sir. We'll be on our way too, then. Wait. The one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir? I'd like a word with you. But sir, I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair, you're free to go. Mr. Wright. Look, pal, if I told you once, I told you 1,000 times. The chief office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you? I thought you'd say you didn't care anymore if you were fired. Yeah, but if I knew that it'd be like this, I never would have said it. Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all this time? Anyway, you listen to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, pal. After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. There's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing, not a single useful thing. Really, I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth, it's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I am protecting this person? Protecting? No, I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence. For argument's sake, Miss Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of. What is the person's name? Well, Miss Skye? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the chief prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he is respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant falsified evidence in that case. I just found this in the safe in the chief's office. This piece of jar and this piece of cloth. You know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SO9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as if you surmise. I cannot disobey the chief's orders, even if it means being found guilty of murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate in the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes, You are not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of the car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered a murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SO9 incident, serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him, so I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoe as well. And then she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr. All these trials and tribulations here. Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be open again. My intent was to prevent that by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. A bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from the Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SO9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust, or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hands. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He had already stolen the ID card, but it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now, please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer? And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago? Alright, folks, I want to take a break, as it were, and we will be back with more in a few.
No! It can't end like this! I have chosen Persona. We need you! Please! I have chosen.
It was like we're trapped in a death loop here.
It's back with the drive impact on the recovery. This punted counter presents a huge chance. Still scrapping for knives. Not much life difference. Playing nice. Both fighters planning some nice. Super arts on deck for both fighters. How they approach the situation. How are you gonna do that? Low on life, but the drive fit. Oh! Final arrow! On this flatline zone.
Got him! I was playing Tell Me Why this afternoon. And, speaking... And I am kind of prepared for tonight's stream as well of Phoenix Wright. Oh, yeah. Bottle of water? Yeah. I was so prepared. It's like, yeah, it's a big thing of iced tea.
Guess we don't have to hack the infiltrator's CPU then.
We got it. Hi, Alvin. Bye, Alvin.
Sovereign is too strong. I'm sorry. It is too late for me.
There's still one way to stop this, if you've got the guts.
Goodbye, Shepard. Thank you.
Easy game.
Lantern power!
Well, we did it. Barely. You know, we're gonna need the Ghostbusters for this one. Uh-oh. We got it. Things have gone wrong. Oh, this is a wild card.
You are the Antichrist.
Put down the gun,
I shall
Nathaniel.
dispatch you to your father in hell. He is the son of Satan. He was sent to Earth to destroy us. For Christ's sake, shoot!
Whoops.
I shot him.
Yep. Looks like you did.
Oops.
Can't say I'll miss him. Come on, let's go.
Now, if memory serves me right, there are like 3 long, and I do mean long trial segments coming up here. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where is Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if something's been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you, you've already figured it out. Who the owner of the 777-7777 ID number it is, that is. Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding the ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything. True, not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, Wright, and Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. The truth. Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. Instead, let's reminisce about the past. And in case you're wondering, yes, that is a Hellsinger Bridge Ultimate reference. And also also a JoJo reference. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, Wright. This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gan has on her, it's now. Iced tea. Court is now in session for the trial of Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant? Morning, folks. How's everybody doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that. If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours? Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana. What are you doing, you dumb broad? You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defendant's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has a right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there is no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can't be happening. It appears that it's time for the verdict has arrived. The court finds the defendant... Edgeworth. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, the prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. And nothing about Edgeworth is premature. Of course, that would be coming quickly. It's an old joke. Come on, Worthy. Now, I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut, I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up for your past mistakes? Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh, to whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well, the court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this, mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take this horse by the reins. And thus, Edgeworth's face turn is complete. Two years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edwards, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryear has finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. Dun dun dun! I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and he stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's a good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. Gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well, the defense may begin its cross-examination. What was the prosecutor doing there? That day, there were 2 people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall. I almost forgot about Gant. Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assumed that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark. When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in? I don't clearly remember what happened then, but... Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. The electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right, but just then lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind. I see. I told the detectives about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw. Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added this statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes. That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died, yet I never received any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken? But I did draw it, I swear. I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me, I guess I should check the evidence again. Well, anyway, let's continue. The scene that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us? The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. Yep. Mr. Edgeworth? This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SO9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it over? Oh, what's this? Yes, what is that? Hey, that's it. That's the picture I drew. Indeed, two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. These lists, they're different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! Order! But Miss Skye, why did you draw the picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor, are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of that drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let's see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing. Dun, 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 dun. That's that thing. That thing was dancing in the evidence room. Clearly, the act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives. I guess he was out of a scrap paper. Evidence is restored and updated in the court record. Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at that picture. This is a picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see were the shadows. After that I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. To think a flash of lightning can burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Dardark about to murder Prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. That from the blood loss in under 10 minutes. Weapon found. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Objection overruled. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright. Whoops, that didn't go so well. Oh, wait. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it just like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright? Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out the contradiction for us? What part of the picture contradicts the autopsy report? The knife itself, right? The contradiction, of course, it lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright. But Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon, its tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body. It was a conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem? It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once. Then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does this mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is that the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain the inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already about a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice, right? All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No. Arr! Order! Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupt? Your Honor, please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story there is a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife beside Joe Dark's. Could there have been one? If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume, then, that you have some information about this other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon. Photo. Angela lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here, inside this picture. This is the picture of the award ceremony. Aha! What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon. Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award. Dun dun dun! Order! Neil Marshall was awarded the King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh, and why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed. What do you mean? I mean, the man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall. Oh, well, it was. But the prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. What's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew that? That's right. This list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. At the time I've been trying so hard to forget, I must have locked this part away deep inside of me. Perhaps it would be best if we added this to the witness's testimony. Will you please tell us what you recall, Miss Skye? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. When I saw the man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed towards both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room. I'm sure I saw a shadow. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief of detective hadn't even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Stop! Please, don't pursue this any further. Lana? What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence! The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. His shadow. So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? That's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns. This is pointless. This thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must have been mistaken. That may well be. But what's important is what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did. Oh, I suppose you have an explanation? If so, by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was. What was it Emma saw when the lightning flashed? Who was the blue badger really? Blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense believes that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright. In this room, very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witnesses saw at that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger look-alike. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's... what exactly is that? A very ugly jar. I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint? Our viewpoint? I've got to show them. Oh. This isn't right. I gotta look like the blue badger. Allow me to remind the defense in case it hinges on the witness's drawing. Mr. Wright can't match a drawing. The witness, we cannot accept this claim. I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more. Or horizontally. Come on, Mr. Wright, you can do it. You gotta show him. You know, I remember this being a pain in the ass. I gotta look up the... Dun, dun. There we go. Had to look up. Thank goodness for Google on that one. Well, is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny this jar's resemblance to the blue badger. No, it can't be. Order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually... Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So that badger thing was actually just a jar. It doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, this changes everything. Indeed. Tell us, please, very well then, please tell us, what's different now that we know the witnesses saw this jar? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. Hey. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar is shown in this picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testifies so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason. Do you know what that reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instance, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent this jar flying? That would have been the impact that man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to the picture once more. If the man who was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Strike! Hey, Fel Kimchi. How are you today? Hopefully it's cooler today than it was yesterday. We had more rain today. It's like, strike! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the broken armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Okay, it's hotter today than it was yesterday. How are you? And it's supposed to be like 35 tomorrow. So what? 35 Celsius. What's that in American? $95. Okay. Yes. So, yes. It's like we had to add, always add 60 degrees to it, and that kind of explains the difference there. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes. There was another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have had no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as defense theorizes, then the outcome is obvious. In that moment, assuming the man that Miss Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall, he was left hanging. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No. Well, she did. I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was a witness who took the victim's life, and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. Are we sure about that? What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances, Jodax murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that, coming from you. Oh, wow. Edgeworth throwing shade. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you had hoped to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me. You have conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall. Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this without evidence, or with evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. There's been a wild goose chase from the beginning. Touché, Miss Guy. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another. That's impossible. Are we sure about that? Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. A message from the deceased. If such a message exists, I got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Skye. Our purpose is not to accuse them of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. The truth. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the deceased. That ugly jar. This is the message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before, right? Oh, is he going to just speak about the... Oh, is he just going to speak the killer's name? If that thing could, I'm sure it would. Looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here on the surface of this jar. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can just see a faint trail of blood on this jar. It looks like someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, there's a line here drawn in blood. So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that someone apparently wiped away. But blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No. Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal to us the answer. Gotta connect the dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. It's the defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocent. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma. So this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. Dun dun dun. Seaworthy? Can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Kent, do you understand the implications of what you've done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in that case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, that fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? They might have sentenced an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault? Order! 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 The gavel pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where the trial was headed, no one knows. A conclusion. Objection! Ah, boy. Select the slot to save in. Trial later. And then it's a good thing we, spread it out, doing starting this case on Saturday and finishing it today. Like, we did the right thing there. As we just take a slight pause without taking a break and stuff like that. Let's see. Let's just pop over here for a moment as we hang out here in this place that we do. Oh, I got the right camera. Oh, shoot. Actually, that camera angle is actually perfect for Saturday. And that is actually perfect, because I would have to be because Saturday is my cousin's coming over for some fun, for like a first ever like live co-op like stuff. So I'm gonna have to be like, I could potentially turn that TV a little bit more. So I'll be like facing this way, but I would have OBS in the chat up on the screen that I normally look at. So just basically just turning everything over. So it's like, and the guests will be over here. So it works out. It works out perfectly. Like, right. Of course, let's see what we got coming up this week as we take a little break here. Pause for the calls. It's like tomorrow, Thursday and Friday streams will all be starting at 9:30 Eastern. Tomorrow we got Resident Evil 6 with Iceman. Thursday we're going to check out Duke Nukem Forever, as I hear fireworks outside. So like the Duke Nukem Forever took forever to come out. That was and it was like the Xbox 360 version of that we're going to play. Friday we got Spider-Man Miles Morales, and Saturday is going to be a miscellaneous day. I was like I already pulled out the stuff that I have co-op that's on the Nintendo Switch. And of course there are various things we can mess around with there. I can also I got wire controllers I can plug into the Xbox Series S, and then which will easily reach over to there without crossing any lines or stuff like that. So we got possibilities. We got possibilities of things and possibilities. Just like this case, there's possibilities and things and stuff. Yes. Let's put the armrest down for a moment. Lean on it. It's like, oh boy. By the way, I did a review. I already recorded a review, because Wednesdays on my YouTube channel, about 9 in the morning, there's like a series of casual reviews of whatever games I finish. And did one of Terminator Resistance, which we played like last Monday and Tuesday, and finished last night. 12 hours gameplay, got every achievement, and despite the fact that the bug fixes and expanded content are for whatever reason exclusive to the PlayStation side of things, not a bad little game. It's a nice little first person adventure. Maybe eventually I'll grab the PlayStation version of it and we can recomplete it again on that side. But that would involve like getting the expanded content and making sure the DLC and everything and all that works. So there is that possibility. It would be one of those few games that I would complete on 2 different platforms. Matter of fact, I think the big distinction of that goes to My Little Pony Maritime Bay Adventure and Life is Strange. Because Life is Strange I played on PC and consoles. The Walking Dead games, the Batman Telltale games, the Borderlands Telltale games, basically almost anything Telltale I've played both on PC and console. So that's it. We took a nice little pause there. Pause, breaking the action without taking a break. Ah, 1206. Defendant lobby, number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Huh, don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. I take it Lana's having you run errands again? Let me tell you this. This is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give you this to you if there was a break in today's trial. Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You can at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message. If you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence Long's secret is securely slipped into the pocket. Phoenix must have big pockets to put a book into it. Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. And take a quick look at it. All that's left now is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective. Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been ruined with all this forged evidence you were unaware of. And Miss Guy found out she was unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. You're missing the point, detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him, no matter what it takes. The case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. Unfortunately, it's a very long, drawn-out, elaborate deal. Much like that doof with the visor and the coffee obsession. It's like those. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Skye. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Very well. Ahem. Normally, this is where the prosecutor calls forth a witness, but, ahem. This isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? There's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses.
Dun dun dun!
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue this trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. This is then it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance. If you call the wrong witness, the trial is as good as over. The defense calls... The time finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gant. We call Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation. So, you want to play hardball, eh? Please, Mr. Gant? Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There are still some things unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Son, either you're very brave or very foolish. Yeah, little of both. You're aware, of course, that the police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. The chief of police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks. Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. As I recall, Neo and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. The power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Is that when Dark was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neo flying, it seems Dark bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him hard and fast. Hit him with the left, hit him with the right, kick him in the nuts, and knock him out all right. You claim you had nothing to do with this forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this list, for example. That's the list Emma Sky drew her picture on. That was discovered in your desk. Not only that, but a piece of this jar that was sitting in your office was found inside your safe. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admitted to it then that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me, or do you mean you? Me? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Now, even the detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment. Making some supper? Alright, fell kimchi, I hope it's yummy. What? What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office, and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it now? A jar fragment and a list. For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when these pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after the Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Man, fuck the police. Not now, Ice Cube. I really should add that as a soundbite. I know where to get the source for that, too. Indeed, I believe I will press charges so you won't make the same mistake again. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. Alright, Aji, in return, though. I know, that place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Really, Chief Gant. At the very least, there is one very large benefit you reaped from all this. Oh, I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would, of course, be the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SO9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho, ho, ho! Oh, that's a good one. Huh? You really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SO9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Yeah. Be careful when pointing that finger, or you may wind up being the one pointed at. That means there's only one possible motive for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Aji, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you. Sorry, but that's the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again. You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone. But be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? True, you might not help out anyone for their sake, but if it would benefit you, you might decide to assist someone. Mr. Wright, it appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who is the person you believe Chief Gant may have helped forge evidence? Lana Sky. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant? I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for the Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SO9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all the investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as in someone forced to do his bidding. Never mind. Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive to appoint her as Chief Prosecutor so you can control her. Righto, my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? He's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant. I'm afraid without any proof that it all amounts to nothing more than conjecture. Unless that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The Chief Prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Just what do you mean? What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement. What? What? Order, I said, order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an effort to, this is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder? That's impossible. Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edwards said in easier to understand language. It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. Looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this. Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief is a high-ranking officer of the law is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. I see. Alright then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got, and it better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Where the hell is it? Yes, the one that shows who went to the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your card. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code. 7 digits? You don't mean... I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. Same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense search of my office was in violation of my regulations, and I would demand Mr. Wright be punished to the maximum extent of the law. For right now, the court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police, whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom. What's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days, Chief Gant. I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman. What do you mean? The trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime, then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask for you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Where is... Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime. Or to be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filled out the lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he found it. He found it? How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him? There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. That I, the Chief of Police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the Chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card. Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of that sort. Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the records, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you really had lent it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. No! Chief Gant, you didn't! The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana Sky at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was at the police department the entire day, you know, and everyone's aware Lana Sky stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police department for police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you, take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office? I don't think so. Chief Kent, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time, I thought it was just a useless clue that's taking up space. Just like everything else in our freaking inventory. How could the chief have moved the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence. To move the victim's body, Chief Kent use this. Where's the screwdriver? This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body? What's that? A screwdriver? But what does this have to do with this case? Mr. Edgeworth? Think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by Chief Kent, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office. But you did, because Chief Kent asked you to. You mean I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car? Yes, unless of course you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. Transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Sky. Order! Order! What's going on here? Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations? Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was actually the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Kent, please say something. I believe... Your time's up. My time's up? Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier. A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons. Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now. What? This is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going to just run away after all this? Run away! Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Well, You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with. I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gannon is the current chief of police. The court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Oh, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Kent murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Sky dispose of his body. Do I have concrete proof? I have no proof yet. So you showing evidence? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. Huh. So, Siaji? In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief. What? Here's an attempt. Never gamble with what you can't afford to lose, righto. It seems that Lady Luck is on my side again today. Oh, okay, Aji. I'll leave the rest to you. I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to the senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. What? Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edwards, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony. But Chief Gant has revoked his right to refuse to testify. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial, someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist? She may not be willing to tell the truth, but we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth the defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 on February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body in accordance with a certain someone's orders. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. No objections. No objections. Yeah. Very well. The court will now take its final recess for the day. In 15 minutes, we'll reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. The court is now in... Hold on. Huh? Chief Kent, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Lana. I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you'd never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then. I got a lunch date to meet. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this court is now in recess. You know, the funny if I've actually was doing these cases on the dates of the as they occurred. February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief, he's something else, eh, pals? Detective Gumshoe. I'm not a detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. Don't worry, I've already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. What do you mean? Maya? Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief Gant's done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? Not fair he has the right to refuse to testify. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, this is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risk? What do you mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time, my sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? To follow Chief Gant's orders, she must have shut herself up deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, pal. Chief Camp may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. Milana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. And we are going to take a proper one final break here. Or at least as far as this case goes. Then we're going to take a break, stretch legs and everything. We shall return. And finish him off. Yeah, that'll teach you. Looking at my legs, weren't you? Well, always.
Yes?
Well, does something catch your eye? They're very thick. Yes, now you've done it. If you want to know why they're thick, I'd be happy to teach you until you beg for mercy. Oh, whatever. Just get this through your thick skull. Job change, but you, Chief can't. But how would he profit from all of this? He will be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all the investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the Chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. Whee! Well,
He's a thick boy now.
I was playing Tell Me Why this afternoon, and speaking, and I am kind of prepared for tonight's stream as well of Phoenix Wright. Oh yeah, bottle of water. Yeah. I was so prepared. It's like, yeah, it's a big thing of iced tea. Okay, just gotta press it and hold down.
Apparently Leon claps faster than you. I can't tell if I knocked you off of it or if you were just going too slow.
Yes.
Fingers crossed that doesn't happen again.
You asked, I answered. It's still not dead!
Not dead.
Still alive. You fought this thing before and you're
shit.
still breathing? I'm impressed.
Whoa, yeah.
Okay, let's move.
Define, let's move. Game.
Name's
Entirely
Leon.
sane, are you?
We've hijacked a bus.
And I nearly got ran over at the same time.
I wasn't driving it.
How is
Get some! Whoa!
Commander,
Got him!
we got it.
It's back with the drive impact on the recovery. This planet encounter presents a huge chance. Still scrapping for knives. Not much life difference. Playing nice? Both fighters planning some nice. Super arts on deck for both fighters. How they approach the situation? How are you gonna do that? Low on life with a drive fit. Oh! Oh, there's flatline zone.
Got him! Alright. You know what sucks about the 4th of July? At least in my area? Is that all these knuckleheads launching sparklers and stuff into the air. That makes me think gunshots are constantly going off. And I live in an area where there is gun violence. So it's like... And I keep my windows open. So I kind of like have like a good hearing and stuff. Hence why it's like, since going away from wearing headphones and stuff when with a lot of my gaming, particularly in Overwatch, like I'm able to like almost hear where you tend to notice, like when I play, particularly in Overwatch, I go more in the direction where I hear enemies are moving from. Like you can, it's one of the cool things about the sound mix on Overwatch. Like you can literally follow the footsteps. All right, so let's finish this. February 25th, 2:21 p.m. This is the courtroom number 9. Not the love potion number 9, but courtroom number 9. We went on down in some madam room. The gypsy lady with the weird tattoo. Now then, will the defendant, Miss Nana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Nana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done the past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Nana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister. Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we've got to get Gant. I've worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to the blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motive was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Are you sure about this testimony, Your Honor? I am confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. Alana? If this is true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, you've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense may now begin the cross-examination. You said you did this all by yourself. Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's back. What? The prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement. You mean, Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. Is that so? What happened to the other murder weapon? The Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me. So when you found a scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to. Yes. You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound, and then you moved the body? Well, why? Why would you do that? You of all people should know, Edgeworth. You always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of others. Why did you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it was, by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explaining this in more detail. The reason Miss Sky moved the body. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered. If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction with your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it must not yet have been broken before he died. Ah. He couldn't have written his name on the shattered jar. Ha-ha! Order! Your Honor, it would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. You must be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor, it seems you're as in the dark as we are about the truth towards which we're headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well, the witness may now continue her testimony. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence. Well, the defense may now begin this cross-examination. The Sky, I believe this jar conceals the truth even you were unaware of. But we found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she got every last piece and wiped the blood off of them. Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up to the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. What about an Ace Ventura pet detective? That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day. Looking for my dentures, they were in my mouth all along. Huh, can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another piece discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying that the person was Chief Gant, that at the time he was looking for Dark downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, why would he break the jar? The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer that? No. No. Wow, I forgot he didn't get a special animation. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Dan McGann arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposely hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet. Wow. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up their most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies. Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Something wrong, Mr. Wright. Lana, maybe right after all. What do you mean? So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But I don't remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw. Alright? The witness may testify once more for the final time. For the first time. Again. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable. The body was impaled on the armored sword. You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. I don't remember receiving a picture like that. None must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she really does have faith in you. Very well, Ms. Wright, please present this picture. I don't remember receiving any pictures from Nana. Nana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check the evidence again. There must be a picture somewhere. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I rearranged everything. Yes, Mr. Wright. That picture cut out from that piece cut out from his vest. Could that be? Possibly found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whoever fingerprints those must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints are yours. Why are your lips turning all purple? Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So as long as you tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination. Hold it! Wait. Come now, Wadji. This is the poorest excuse of a trial I've ever seen. Chief Gant. What, now you want to make me out as the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tightening around your neck. So what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I don't need to make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, that's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So, what's your excuse, Righto? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt? Is that true, Mr. Wright? If I show this piece of evidence now, M is sure to be made out as the murderer. That's right, if you have any more evidence, present it now, and if you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries. What do I do now? I better think this through carefully. I can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present this piece of evidence? The one that shows you really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie! Chief Gant, you opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area? It looks like part of the it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the chief of police, have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened. What? You mean you admit to it? I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene. Whoops. It didn't occur to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask me for my aid. So you assisted Miss Sky. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room. And I ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dark convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe? But why? For insurance. Of course. Insurance. I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to prepare for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for the for a murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence? What do you take me for, a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go ahead and wipe the blood off of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar too? Ha ha ho! Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item for insurance. You mean that piece of cloth? Come on, Righto, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright? So you admit to it then, Chief Gant, that you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe. Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all, but it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you say you didn't have any evidence you could present. Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it to them before it was too late. It's been a long battle, but the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at least you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on the piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. This handprint on the leather, there must be a strong impact for it to be left so clearly. You mean, it could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Very authentic. Ho ho ho! They're slow on the uptake as ever were they. What? Think about it. Wright had this had all this time to present this evidence. Yeah, he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they? Very well. I'll tell you. You'll be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma Skye! You are the father! Wait, what? They're mine? Yes, they're yours! I'm sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Skye, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along, yet you acted like she really didn't. Miss Skye? Not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Huh, but I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Kent, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Skye, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction, one that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth? What could it possibly contradict? Chief Kent, your tyrannical reign in fear. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Skye took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of this cloth of the vest was cut out? Yes. It sure is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on the vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs are no doubt were punctured, blood pouring out of his mouth. Oh, that piece of cloth? Wait. There's no blood on it. Arrgh. Since Miss Emma Skye's fingerprints are on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at the time. No, that is nonsense. Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Donna Sky? Picked up the unconscious prosecutor and impaled him on the armor's sword. Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood, a jar that they broke on the purpose to leave behind a clue, and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted only moments ago, that you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through this very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. No! Finally all over. Objection! Heh. Ho! That was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order! What nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a suspect. Remember, Udgy? Earlier, Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair. Ho 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 ho! Did you actually think you could best me in court? Looks like the last on you, son. I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? True. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Well, Mr. Wright? It seems like that. The time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Wait, you had a plan? Mr. Wright, do you admit it? That you purposely and illegally concealed this piece of cloth? I did not. I admit I refused to present it at one point. Aha! The evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. Huh? It's not that I didn't present the evidence then. It's that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There's a certain procedures involved with presenting evidence. No, what you don't listen to his lies. He's nothing but a coward you can't really believe. There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law. Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. It goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And here is the crux of the matter. You see, at the time it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SO9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented? that was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave it great value as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh, yes. No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person here who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer, was you! I knew I shouldn't get rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty. He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman? Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you gotta help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Dick Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? You can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left unanswered. He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I could have just pulled it out. Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere. I guess I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. Sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Urgh. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Mrs. Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So, you left a jar fragment in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crime than a committer. Damn right. Y'all did their best to get in my way. I got to hand it to them. They did their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, Worthy, why did you stand in court? Why do you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me. We're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go at it alone. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Udgy. What? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Oh, sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Damon Gant. I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Udgy. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. With these two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. the melodious sounds of them arguing, or whatever the hell I just said, because it cut over. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes? First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Guy? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me to forge evidence up until today. So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Guy. I couldn't get you out of all of your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows, a few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Guy? And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you. Huh, it was nothing. Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it. I only did my job. None of this case, it seems a good self-examination is in order for all of us. Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. You're innocent of murder, however, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact that you still acted as is accomplished. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I've felt free of those heavy chains. Oh, the trial has gone on far too long already. It's as if they knew that this was unbelievably long. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant Miss Lana Sky Yay! Confetti! We get the confetti screen. That is all. The court is adjourned. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. It's now after the trial ended. I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well. I really shouldn't read the flashback stuff, particularly if you just seen that text. You know I did my best too, but Lana didn't say a single word to me. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making Detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen half of your people at funerals. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here because of my sister again? Nope, not this time. I came today because Of you, pal. Me? That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. Nana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know. Well, I won't tell if you won't. Come on. I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. That day 2 years ago was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess. Sis, I asked Gant to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew. But sis, you were only doing it for me. No, huh? I turned my back on you that day, not hiding what I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You're happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Oh, that's nice. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find a way back to our rightful path. And it's from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Why was he hiding? I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right. Well, I'll be going now. Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes. Mr. Edgeworth? Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day, you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them, but in order to fight crime on my own, I needed a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth, who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor. Edgeworth, don't you understand? Tammy Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, were both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edward nor I would have been able to find on our own. That might mean something to you, but I don't see how it has anything to do with our partnership. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll excuse me, there are still some loose ends that need to be wrapped up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks to you, Wright. But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I'll be waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. And as for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started a new journey on my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, pal. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this. But I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Huh? Basically, I had to bribe the guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Huh? Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, haha. You see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. Huh? Huh? What do you think? I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Huh? 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 Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. All right. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Oh yeah, sorry. So I need to update the tour list. Achievements should have popped, so... Yikes, I thought I was a goner for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief's office. If we penalize you anymore, it'll be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner is keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them though. Someday I'm going to make it detective. Yes sir, then I can be just like that thick gumshoe. It's Billy. It's the Blue Badger. Oh, it broke. What is it? Can't you see I'm having me a showdown with a steak lunch partner? Let's try to manage to sneak this in. She's seeing one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, it looks like you did it. You even gave Bambina back her smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? It looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu, the Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards. So we managed to finish like a trio game over the course, and of course of 3 days. I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Well, anyway, I've got another trial to go to, so I better be. I forgot my gavel. Gotta go. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do read hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya, afternoon training's about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. Do 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 do. Bum. Oh boy, a lot of dialogue to have read. Mr. Edgeworth? Oh, Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? Boom, boom. I think we definitely will put like a big gap between when I do the next game in the trilogy. Probably start it next Saturday. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be all right. Mainly because it's a tough game, a tough visual novel to do. Is like I said, visual novels are tough to do on stream. Da, da, da. It's when Lana became detective. Presented by Capcom. Achievement. All right. See, of all the achievements, this is like the biggest pain in the ass because you basically have to replay that fifth chapter, that episode, several times to get all the lunch boxes from Lana Star. This one is gradual throughout all the episodes. There's get a bad ending. And this one involves playing as Edgeworth. I hate childhood friends. And like, yeah, there's very specific things that need to be done. Well, there you go. Still, didn't think it would take that long to get through it. And my voice is shot at the moment. I was losing it. I was losing my voice a bit, and I can't really. And plus, work resumes tomorrow after the holiday. So, and tomorrow night stream starting at 9:30, unless work is suddenly canceled, which I hope is not, because we need those fundages, as they say. But it's fun. I don't know exactly when we'll get back. When we'll do the next game in the Phoenix Wright trilogy. Because if anything, I would leave it like exclusive to be like a Saturday evening game, and I would say, "Oh, start the next one up this Saturday." But again, my cousin is coming over for some local co-op stuff. Maybe we'll check out the House of the Dead remake. Probably the Nintendo Switch version of that. Or maybe the Xbox version, and get achievements. So we'll definitely see what we end up doing in that regard. So let's. But of course, as always, thanks. Tomorrow night again. Tomorrow night stream will start at 9. It's scheduled to start at 9:30 for sure, because of work. Cause like I don't have my normal day. So far this year, I barely gotten any of my normal day hours, and everything has been evening related, which has thrown off my sleep schedule totally. But let's see, who shall we drop in on? Today we will go over to Miss Cammy 316. They just started the stream 40 minutes ago, so they'll be going for a while. They are playing Smite. And so I hope everybody has themselves a good night. Tighten your friendship bracelet. Stay safe. Tomorrow we got Resident Evil 6 with Iceman. And we'll probably knock out for sure one chapter, hopefully two. And then I might throw some like Forza behind that. So again, hope all of you have a great one, folks. See you next time. Bye.